Welcome one and all to the stream. I'm Mix Dowling, your baffled time-travelling host, who kind of forgot to turn on the Mix It Up, so we're using the restream chat today. I was wondering why it wasn't popping up. Anyway, my day has been fairly good. A very relaxed day. I ended up with far less to do than I was expecting. You know, some of those last-minute cancellations, but I mean, that means that I got to have a more relaxing day, so that was pretty nice. How about yours? Your school's done for you, I imagine. Probably has been for a bit. I know that exactly when school starts and stops varies by region in the United States, but I imagine you're done by this point. Yeah, it's been a good time. Let's, right, yes, I need to figure out how lighting works. Last one. Very nice. Any fun plans for the summer? Got that looks pretty good. Whatever I did, what is, it was chess, there. Right, that I was looking at. Well, we'll worry about that later. Wait for my... Oh, I see. Are you expecting the text soon, or do you imagine that'll take a while? Red Bull. Oh yeah, I was partially done with these. This definitely needs some stronger colour. Well, I think I'm going to wait on that. I'm going to do the wood here, which is going to be interesting. Not sure. So just, who knows, you're just waiting for heavens knows how long. Yeah, I can understand why that would make you rather bored. You get the waiting mode. Where's the actual... there's the table. Oh, so that is its own layer. Excellent, excellent. I will want to use that. I think you got out at 11, then had to go home and shower, so I'm just kind of waiting. Okay, so hopefully soon. Try your best to be patient. It can be difficult, can't it? It's, So... How do I want to do this? I think what I'll do is I'll copy and paste that, and this... Okay, I haven't thought of how I'll do it. That. Bucket. That's merged image, that's why it's not working. Carrot layer, there we go. Ah, that looks bizarre. And we're going to make that a clipping group. Mode. I think just color. Yeah. Yeah, that'll work. Color and then filter. We'll turn up the brightness. Don't feel like quite enough brightness, but we'll leave it there for now. And then this is going to be... Guess... I'll worry about the exacts later. As far as the colouring, but it will be clipped to another layer. Something you're not good at? We spent the last week before we got grounded on FaceTime for like 16 hours a day. So you're used to having a lot more access to him too. That was nice. Actually, it was probably like 24 hours because we would fall asleep on call then stay on call when we wake up. That is quite a lot of time. Yeah. I can kind of understand it though, as much as I don't have, quite the same sort of thing that you do. I was very impatient about not getting to spend much time with Derek before we moved in together. It's great when you actually live with the people that you want to spend all your time with, because then they're just kind of there. I suppose it'll probably be a while before that's an option for you. So I'm like a small dog, and I hate to admit it is. That's such a funny description. Okay. So I think not. Why am I on binary? Basic at the very least. So we are looking at doing. This won't work, but something that works for shine, one hopes. We're doing. Maybe I should decrease the opacity. We're doing the light that's supposed to be around this. Is that doing anything? Not really. Effect, not effect. Mode. Screen? Can't tell if it's doing anything. Anyway, see, this is looking too ghosty. I think I've found one decent reference that I can use at least. That's my references. It's up there somewhere. Which is these fairy lights. Of course, we're working with not quite as shiny wood, so there's that. But still, I don't know, it looks, well, I guess. Oh, that's what I'm missing. I'm missing streaks coming outward from it. Kind of giving directionality to the light. He said, and I quote, "You have separation anxiety like a small dog." Well, so here's my question. How long have you two been, together? Because I feel like that... how you... Oh, is that the shine? No, that's not. Because, I think, especially when it's more recent, that's a lot more common. Would you rather have a car that can fly or one that can go underwater? I feel like if I had a flying car, I would greatly struggle to land it without crashing. So I think I'll take the one that can go underwater. Then I'm set in a flood. 3 months. Okay, yeah, then that makes a lot of sense. Pretty typical. Where am I again? No, that's the potion. Table, I'm on the table as. So how exactly do I want to do this? I think, first of all, I need to erase what I've done. I think what I might do I still have? No, that's not what I'm thinking of. There, we've got, we can be doing like 3x3, more or less. Oh, well, without it there. So what I'm thinking of doing is doing just kind of like a basic square and then kind of making it, doing it without an angle first and then giving it an angle. But that might not be the ideal way of doing it. He says he doesn't mind it and he thinks it's cute, which is probably a good thing, because that's just how I am. That's good, that's good. It'd be unfortunate if he was irritated or bothered. Ah, hello there, dog. Good morning, Yes. Good evening to your good morning. How are you doing? It's kind of getting more directionality out of it, but we're definitely going to... I don't like that quite so much. Just also a little general shininess around it. There we are. That's a bit better. That looks like... That kind of looks like light, a little. Learning finger placements on guitar. Ah, yes. I have also been trying to learn that. It's hard. Got a Donna electric guitar on your birthday. Oh, congratulations. That's incredible. So he's been waiting patiently for 3 years. What I think he's seen the worst of me. Still doesn't mind. Well, that's great. If he's known you for a long time before this as well, I mean, I think in general that helps to make relationships more stable. And, yeah, he's already had time to learn the way that you work and to decide that it's endearing. There we go, light. I am drawing a glowing purple potion for another VTuber I know, K of the Dead, who is making an Oracle card series. The main colours are, I believe, purple, black, teal, and possibly silver, but I don't have any silver in this. Oh, maybe I should check that. Maybe I should make the coins silver, if it is. I do have my notes somewhere, yes. Black, teal, purple. Okay, if no silver's specified, maybe I'll ask it later. But yeah, how's the guitar going so far? I try not to just jump into relationships. Most of the time I don't stick to that, but I'm glad I did after the last one didn't end well. That's honestly, kudos to you for that, because that's usually when people struggle with that the most. So, well done. That is hard to do. I feel like this needs to be strengthened over on this side. There we go, that's a bit of something. Then, I don't think this is really... That's the wrong layer. No. I may... Oh my goodness, 124. I might have too many layers. Lemon! Hello there! Chapter 6, the bottom draw. I think it's how it works. Yes, I don't know why, but every time I draw, I will at some point just completely forget what anything looks like. From a family of guitarists and musicians. Ah, lovely. So you have a lot of support around you. Honestly, once I learn to traverse the fretboard or slide into songs, no problem. Very nice. Honestly, the main issue I've found in trying to learn the guitar is just after a while, I can't really feel my fingers, and it makes it a lot more difficult. I know eventually I'll develop calluses and it won't be so bad, but for now it makes it very challenging to practice for more than about half an hour. Anyway, what have you been up to? How's life been, Lemon? You do do not want to feel your fingers. But how do I know where the strings are if I can't feel my fingers? Well, it's good. I mean, ideally, as you learn more about yourself and what you want in relationships by having them, hopefully that you'd want it to be better each time. If you can't feel your fingers, you're going to regret it. So here's the thing. I'd rather the ouch than not being able to do the chords because I can't tell where the strings are. Something looks very awful. Oh, no, that's just that. Okay, never mind. We could... Ah, yes, this is what I was trying to use. That screen, so... not that. Screen is not working. Does shine work? Oh, shine looks like it might be working. Yeah, there we go. That is perfect. I mean, this isn't perfect, but the effect of that shine layer is working great. Need a little bit back there. Doesn't need to be a lot because you can't really see it terribly well, but hey, that's fine. Okay. Oh, right, this is a lower opacitor, so I can increase and decrease as needed. I think I need a little bit more here. Yeah, that's not too bad. Aha! Too many things I didn't know about that. Ah, see? An incredible thing. One of the great things... Oh, that is the wrong Red Bull can. That one is empty. One of the great things about people. You learn things about yourself through them. So I was told there will eventually be pain as fingers sliding its metal is big ouch. Once the calluses form, the pain will be gone. However, I was a dishwasher and cook for 8 years. I already have calluses from using steel wool. Ah, see, I do not have that advantage because my hands are soft. It has been a long time since I have done much of the way of physical labour. Yeah, as a teenager, I would have fared a lot better. You know, I worked in agriculture, but, I haven't been a teenager for a long time. Might be more informed by my experience as a drummer. Well, there's nuance required. Yeah, you just need... It's more just the timing for drumming, but you don't need to be as accurate. It's... You know, the drums are a lot larger than the strings are. Just remove your fingers and replace them with robot ones. Ah, there you go. See, I don't want the robot ones to know how to do the things for me. I do want to learn. I enjoy the learning process, but I would take the robot fingers in order to get past the callus problem. So yes, exactly. The flesh is weak. Replace it with robots, as long as they weren't made by Elon Musk. I don't trust that man. Needs to be bigger and lower intensity. There we go. I mean, easier, sure, but I already know how to listen to music. The reason I'm learning to play music is because I want to know how to play music. I would not be going through this effort if I was just content listening to the music. I've done that for years. Okay, what the heavens was I doing? I suppose... I need to do the light on the glass itself. That's going to be complicated because the glass is scattered across a large number of layers. I should probably combine some of those. There's more nuance than just anywhere on the drum, but a lot less than the size of a guitar fret. Exactly. That logic, we should have mechanics lift up the truck so they can learn how to do it and don't have to rely on robots. I mean, but the lift thing up, one, isn't really a skill. Two, is a thing that people, do spend time doing. But I think it's more that I like being able to create things. It's the reason I do things like drawing. I like that I can make new things that didn't exist before. I think that's a very valuable thing. It's something that I like. It's something that I spend a lot of time doing and improving. It is art. And likewise with music, I don't have any desire. The focus is not on the end product, unlike with, fixing a car. I just want my car to work. It's about the process. I always forget that it does this, the blue at the edge of the cursor. Too high. Well, that's why we each follow our own passions. I'm interested in digital art and sketching and learning the guitar. I will leave, things like dancing to people who actually want to go through the effort of learning how to dance. It's not, that's certainly not my passion, but it is for some people. Learn something new today. What did you learn? Yes, I'm excited for that stream as well. I've been so impressed by It Takes Two. This is going to be so much fun to do more. Music is neither about the process nor the product for me. It's about finding a fun new way to make my body feel pain. Oh, okay. You're not supposed to throw car batteries on the ground. Correct. Yes. To be fair, most things in your car aren't meant to be thrown on the ground. A fair number of them will survive it, but they're still not usually made with that in mind. Will someone yell at me? Is it the owner of the car battery, perhaps? Right, I have several videos that I need to, go through for clips. I'm so terrible at doing that. I used to be better, but not that I was ever great at it, but I used to be better, but I've been so busy. But good news, I will be moving in July, and after I've finished that move, then I should have more time. Fingers crossed. Oh, yeah, I have, every time I stream, I actually record, which reminds me that I need to move over some of those to my, whatchamacallit? External hard drive, that's it. I almost said disk drive, which is the wrong thing. Yeah, I can send you the whole file if you want, but it is a bit big. Oh, right, yes! Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, I think it's too big for me to send over Discord, but if you have an email or something, let me know. So the actual reason is the rush. Better than drugs after both. I will take your word for it. The only thing in a vehicle you can throw on the ground is the passengers. I don't know, I think people will generally yell at you if you throw people on the ground as well. But if you throw a tire on the ground, I don't think people would care unless it bounces and hits something. Then they might. Oh, right, that's what I was doing. I'm going to save as. We're making a new version of this. wine glass. Attempt 1. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to combine as much of the bottle as possible. Okay. Wait, do I have things I haven't had visible this whole time? Is that... have I... Oh dear. What's this? I see. No. It's not important. Oh, that's what that is. Okay, so we can at least combine... What? Ah, I see. So we need to rasterize these. Top, layout, rasterize, and I'm sure at the moment this doesn't look like I'm doing anything. But what this should let me do is now interact with these all as one piece, which I'm realizing might be a bad move now. I'm sure it's fine. I'm not sure it's fine at all, though. Okay, there's all of that. And then we have the things underneath the cork, which is not many pieces, actually. Okay, it's now only like 5 pieces. There we go. Send your name out for the video. Excellent, excellent. Tomorrow I'm tired. I vibe on my guitar and play Minecraft. Ah, that sounds like a fun day. I have D&D tomorrow. Or if you're a pro wrestler. You know what? That's fair, Lemon. If you're a pro wrestler, it'll probably be fine. I mean, technically people will probably still yell at you, but it will likely be a positive yelling. Nice. What now? What did I miss? Okay. I don't remember at this point why I did this. Suggesting this was... oh, good heavens. At some points, my drawings get a little too complicated for me to hold all of what I'm doing in my head, and that is not good. Why did I combine these? I mean, it's probably good to combine them, just given how many layers I have. How many layers do I have currently? Properties won't tell me how many I have in there. It has to be a lot. Oh, there's even a folder inside of that? Yeah, it's got to be a lot. Probably light figuring. Oh, good heavens, that's... what even is that? Oh, the references. Well, I can drop this reference in there, then. Also, wait. Where'd it go? I thought I... oh, no, I put it underneath. That's why. Alright, I was very confused. Now once you're done with the movie, you can help me design a D&D room in Minecraft. Oh, that sounds like so much fun! That's such a great idea! Need to learn to teleport. That would be fun. Ah, it'd be so much easier to visit home if I could teleport. Because I would get in trouble, you know, if I don't deal with the border, but it's fine. It's fine. If you teleport, no one needs to know. I do feel like I would end up teleporting places and then immediately forgetting why I'd done so. but that's not making life any more complicated than it already is, so... Okay, what the heavens... What's I doing next? Ah, yes, we need to make the glass. Not that. Painting... This. Okay, so... Clipping group. I think a brush will probably... Can they even do anything? Oh, the density is very low. Let's see. Can you... Interesting. Right, of course it would, because this is pure white, isn't it? So that actually makes a very poor clipping group. Maybe if... Well, no, because that wouldn't work either. If we make it shine, it just disappears. Ah, done. Okay, So, this covers what all exactly? All of that. So we make it similar coloured area? Too much range of similar colour, I suppose. And now not enough area of similar colour, come on. Oh dear. No, that is what a nightmare there. I'm noticing a slight issue there. I don't think that's supposed to be there. One moment. Why is my eraser so large? There we go. Much better. I feel like I can imagine where it is that you would like to teleport to. There we go, okay. That fixed. I guess technically, here's the thing that I can do. I can take this and... Right, wait, doesn't work well. So what I need, create a mask layer. So if we do mask layer, and then I... Just let me paste this into here. Come on now. Okay, fine. I have a way that I can make this work. Okay, this looks terrible, but don't worry about it. Anti-aliasing, I think? Yeah, that'll work. Okay. There we go. Bucket. I don't know if that means that it will be seen or it won't be seen. Looks like won't. So if we replace this with all white, that doesn't seem to have worked. Oh, right, of course we can't see because that's in the way. What does it show? Red. What does that mean? Oh yeah, density is low. Still don't see anything suggesting that black is the incorrect colour. Okay, yes, so it does need to be white. Oh, so I've done this entirely backwards. What all would be the places you'd like to teleport to? No, selection. Invert selection. So now if I do some, it gets there, but doesn't get outside it. See? Perfect. Solution found. And I've finally successfully used a masking layer. I've never done that successfully in Paint Tool Site before. Okay, but what I need is more or less that colour. Brighter. Yeah, that. Probably not 100% opacitor. And we'll use a brush. Yeah, something like that. Da-da. The trouble is figuring out where exactly to put all of the shine, given that the entire interior is shiny. Yeah, see, this part would have been a bit easier if I hadn't merged all of it, but it's fine. We'll make it work. See, what I really wish I could do would be to have it so the more intense it gets, the more just white and desaturated. But I don't really know a way to do that, so... And it doesn't seem to get any darker than that. The obvious one first of all, Disney World, because I've never been. I'd like to go see Juice WRLD's grave, because he's my favourite artist, Applebee's, because I'm hungry. Oh, no. You know, it would be really funny to teleport somewhere that there's no logical way you could end up there. You know, like, I don't know, the Vatican, like the middle of the Vatican. Just be there, just for a moment right next to the Pope, just be like, hi, and then just disappear. Just leave everyone so confused. No. I feel like you could use a power like that to potentially influence a lot of people, just because if someone randomly appears out of thin air and can just appear and disappear at will, you're liable to believe a lot of things they say just because they can probably convince you that they're an angel or a magician or something. Teleport right next to the Pope's bed, tell the bears, suck the teleport away. Imagine how annoying you could be to people you don't like. Don't, heavens no. Not that, that's gigantic. Yeah, see, I'm not convinced that this is going to work the way I want it to. I don't think this is actually going to look right. Would you rather live in an urban area or a rural area? See, I'm always torn on questions like this because on the one hand, I greatly prefer living in rural areas. However, I also like having good internet. And that tends to be rather difficult to acquire in rural areas. So can I be in a rural area but with good internet? Is that an option? What if I had this be shine? It did nothing? No. If I move it out here, now it being shine does something. Soft light, can't really say much. Hard light, yeah. Thin light, I think I like hard light better. Thin light is a little too saturated. Hard mix looks bizarre. Lighten? Lighten looks about the same as shine, but not as intense. Luminosity is always an interesting one. Alright, let's put it on hard light. That's soft light, okay. Yeah, a bit too intense. Give me a place away from others and give me good Wi-Fi, I'll never leave. Yeah, exactly. Put me in the middle of nowhere, but with good internet. There we go. Yeah, see, that doesn't look like light. It just does not. I mean, I might be able to change that a bit by... That's it. Increasing opacity doesn't really make it look more like light. Color adjustments, what if I do... Right. No, yeah, dodge is an option. What does dodge do? Not really. Also, no. Not really. What if I reduce the saturation? Low saturation, higher luminance. Not quite that low saturation then. And then lower it a bit. No, that doesn't work. Okay. Wait, figuring. Let's turn on some of these. And see, for the things that actually have the light in them, it's mostly at the edges here. And where's... Yeah, so I guess... Oops. Do have some along the edge, along this spot, but it's not that intense. That's actually really pretty. I love that. Wonder how they did this. And obviously that one's just glowing liquid, but... Yeah, so there's a dimmer. Which reminds me, everything here looks a bit too lit, actually. And I think I need to darken everything. Well... Yeah, I mean I do, though. So here's the question. If I took... just general... brightness. Mode. Shade. Interesting. So that's mostly getting the darker areas. So that's the issue that I have, is that... Well, I mean, I guess I can go and do them each individually at the base level. Ordered something on Amazon last week and I still haven't gotten my package yet. They keep doing victory laps around my house because I've seen like 3 of them drive by during the day. Is that uranium glass? No, so that one wasn't uranium glass. I understand why you're thinking it. It actually had a glowing liquid inside. Though maybe uranium glass would be a good Reference? Not a bad idea. Did you know that uranium glass is actually, generally speaking, safe to eat out of? So long as you don't have anything acidic in it and you don't let anything stay in it for a long period of time, it won't actually hurt you. There's some uranium glass. Yes, definitely a bit different from the things filled with glowing liquid. So it glows best under black light, but it can glow without black light. Generally, if you have it during just regular lighting, you can't tell that it's glowing. But if you put it just in the dark after it's been in the light, it will tend to glow a little bit, just not intensely. Well, I suggest you look into the nonsense that we were getting up to in the 30s and the 20s. People were obsessed with radium. They were putting it in foods and drinks. It was such a bad idea. People knew it was dangerous too, for the record. This was not, oh, we haven't figured out that radiation kills you yet. We knew. Didn't stop people from drinking Radithor. An arrowhead, oh my goodness. I mean, not actually effective, it's very, very low levels of radiation. Oh, also fun fact, that radiation is not what's dangerous about uranium glass. It's the lead. It's always the lead. That and asbestos and arsenic. But yeah, don't put anything acidic on them or the lead will leach into your food. And going anywhere in the world is like walking into the next room. Walking into the next room problems will apply. Yeah. Oh, I know less about Chernobyl. But heavens, what are happening? What was this again? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's nothing right now. Right, I'm in the middle of darkening everything because that is important. So the first thing I'm going to need to do is the cork. No, we'll not start with the cork. We're going to start with probably the most relevant one, the candle. Where's the candle? Candle! I found you. Filter, color adjustments. Do I want brightness and contrast, or... Yeah, because I don't think there's going to be any. Oh, actually. Interesting. We'll try the other one first. Okay, so luminance down, saturation up a bit, but not a lot. That is looking considerably darker. Yes, I like that. Would a hue shift help at all? No, I think. A smidge. No. Much better, looking much darker. Chest. Filter. This line is also going to need to change a little bit. It is now much too red and kind of bright. Lower saturation a little. A little more. There. Now for this. Filter, color adjustments. Excellent, and screen will turn down the opacity on that, just to make it look a little darker. Wonderful. That's I don't know if it's true, but I saw a video about some rich dude in like the 30s that took some radioactive substance as a medicine. Yes, I know this one. It took so much over a certain amount of years that he legit just started falling apart and had to be buried in a lead coffin so he couldn't emit radiation. Yes. So that was Radithor, actually. It was not a medicine exactly, it was marketed as a tonic, essentially an early version of an energy drink. And he was an athlete. But yeah, he had so much that to this day his remains are still radioactive. This whole time I was like 5 minutes in the past and I didn't realise that. Oh no. No, it was bad. It was also very expensive, which is frankly good because it meant that most people couldn't afford to drink that much of it. But yeah, oh my goodness. Also, are you familiar with the Radium Girls? Good heavens. That was bad. Anyone with some common sense, it had radium in it. That was one of the main ingredients. They're like, yeah, this is great for energy, for all of these things. And it's like, no, this will kill you. Can't explain the Radium Girls. So, the Radium Girls worked on watches. And, unfortunately, this included radium-based paints. And they were expected to lick the brushes in order to keep that nice fine point, which meant ingesting little bits of the paint. And uranium in dresses. I'm not familiar with that, though I do know that arsenic green was quite a nice thing at one time. Also, earlier than that, taking small amounts of arsenic for a pale complexion, because it's poison, so it made you pale, was popular for a time, but I think that was Victorians. But yeah, so these women who were painting, the watches ended up dying gruesomely to radiation poisoning. There certainly were some wild things. There was even some people, now these weren't generally high class, it wasn't for fashion, but asbestos was used to make clothing. Between asbestos, lead, and radium, we were doing so bad in the early 20th century about health. I mean, it doesn't really surprise me. I just, like, having something radioactive involved in fashion, that doesn't surprise me. I just don't know that there's anything in particular you could make dresses with. I guess maybe if they are painted, but that wasn't a very common Western thing. Oh, it's the ad time. Oops. We'll be going on a short intermission. What's this? Magic is real. Some rocks do have auras. Unfortunately, that aura is dying badly. Yeah, very badly. Alright, I will see you all in about 3 minutes. survive what? I got COVID, the flu, and hantavirus to deal with, and they had radium and radiothor, asbestos and lead. Oh, don't forget the arsenic paint. Ah, excellent. Welcome back. That's it. What was I doing? Ah, yes. Yes. So this, I think I should make this one also shine. Didn't do anything. Hard light? Soft light? Well, you can't even see that. Oh. Welcome to the Twitch side. So much arsenic. Pin light? These look almost identical. I think I'll do that. I think I'll do that, but colour adjustments, lower the saturation a little. Oh well. Yeah. And I realised the other thing that I can do to make this look better, which is click and group. Makes it look very dim. It helps a little. Yeah, we'll just make all of this, you know, purplish. Maybe a little brighter. Well, maybe not actually. Can't really tell that well. I mean, that's fine. Just need to change the blending mode. I don't think shine is the way to go. Oh, right, that would work. Make that normal. Combine. Shine. Oh, interesting. That looks very odd. Yeah, soft light. It's very difficult to see when you do it that way. My boyfriend is going to be concerned when I start telling him random facts about uranium and other historical radioactive facts. He's going to be like, what were you doing while I was gone? Light in colour, perhaps? No, that doesn't seem to have. I can see it has changed something, but I cannot, for the life of me, tell what exactly the difference is. I feel like it has less saturation in light and colour. Let's try. Hard mix, it looks terrible. Soft light. I can still, not that. Yeah, it becomes a lot less visible. Hard light. Hard light's alright. I think hard light looks better. Pin light? Pin light's not bad. Yeah, we're going to go with pin light for the moment. Okay, now this one. No, wait. Skipped an important step there. And now I need to do this to every single instance of glass. I know there's glass somewhere. There's some glass. Lovely. Oh, you need to be rasterized. There we go. Are you rasterized? No, you're already rasterized. Oh, right, also pin light. Okay, that's not particularly glowing looking, but I think it's a little better than we had a moment ago. It reminds me of an old postcard I saw once with a mine on it. It said, I hope the late night mining will be used in your paint. Oh dear. That's what usually happens when I leave me alone for too long. I just end up learning a bunch of cool random things, then I have to tell them about them because I think they're cool and he might too. I do that to Derek all the time. Yeah, he's not usually hugely interested, but he does listen, which I appreciate. Da-da. The tone has heavily shifted. That sounds like a threat. That sounds like a very disgruntled mining worker who's like, I hope that life is bad for you. That sounds like something they'd send to, the CEO that they're angry at. That's good. I'm glad. Yeah, it just doesn't seem quite... Yeah, I wish they... No, multiply's the wrong one, isn't it? Screen? I don't think screen will do much. Yeah, I can't even tell the difference, to be fair. It's very low opacity. So that does make sense. What is that? Oh, right, that's what that is. Kind of important then. That looks very strange. But it looks a little closer to being glowy than before. Okay, now where's this? No, not that. So, should I make this more white? More white, rather? Not sure. Yeah, see, because that doesn't look right. Right, this is in hard light mode. Speaking of disgruntled miners, let's bring back the coal strikes. Yes, I do lots of strikes in general, please. I'm scared of doctors ever going on strike. I'm very curious how strike ended up auto-correcting to dribble. Yeah, generally for medical workers, going on strike has to look a bit different, just for ethical reasons. They used to perch up on high ridges with bolt-action rifles and just wait for Pinkertons. Private detective agencies started as corporate-sponsored union busters. Yeah, and union busting was a little... that is one thing that I can say has improved. Union busters don't get to be as much like just small armies that, murder people. I mean, not sure what's going on with Boeing, but aside from that... Okay, I'm going to put in just a little bit at the edge. This is mostly a test. So we have hard light. We have... So if we have it at maximum, I think that works pretty decently. Yes? Not too much there. Yeah, something like that can work decently. Because really what I want is something that looks like that, which is very thin. Again, this is mostly a test because this is the wrong layer to be doing this on. But let's see what we can get. Neeps. So here's the question. Would I want to have... Maybe this is the error I've made. I want to have it also... on this layer? Do I want some of it here? Does that make sense? Does that work? Yeah, I think it does. I don't want it around the entire thing, and maybe that's the wrong position, but I think that works. Maybe to have it somewhere along here. I almost wonder... Oh no, because we don't have anything... Also, if I grab this... Look at the colours that produces, absolutely wild. Yeah, I don't think that's going to quite work for what I'm aiming for, but we're going to lay some down and try out some other methods. Soft light doesn't work because this isn't light enough, of course. Screen light. I know why I've chosen hard light, but screen... They don't get to set tents full of sleeping women and children on fire on purpose anymore. Exactly. Except when, instead of being union busters, they're just government agents. But the reason I was scared is because, have you ever seen a doctor's handwriting? It looks like a child's, so we won't know what their demands are. They can, they'll just have consequences for doing it. I mean, yeah. My point is, law enforcement will actually take issue with it, whereas before they'd just be like, yeah, that's what they're doing, it's fine. I will say, I don't think that doctors' handwriting looks like children's. I think that the handwriting is an advanced kind of illegible. They just never stop writing a signature. Depends where they do it, honestly. But like, have you seen most people writing signatures? It doesn't look like words, it's just a bunch of lips. Which feels odd. You'd think they would make it harder to tell if you've got the right signature if it isn't recognisably a word. I don't know anything about Detroit, so I can't really comment on that, I suppose. Oh, I think I know how to accomplish something I've been looking at. So, if we take this, copy, paste. I see. So if we copy this layer entirely, yes, we'll actually want it underneath the bin group. There we are. And now we have that getting more saturated towards the edges. If I want to increase that, all I need to do is copy the layer again. It's just a little more significant now. There you go, like that. I still don't think I'm entirely sold on how I'm doing the lighting. But it's a good start. We're going to have, there we are. Erase. I do have horrible news for my mental health, but wonderful news for my sense of humour. I signed back up for Tumblr. I see. Well, I hope you have fun on Tumblr. Okay, so what I'm going to do is... That's too far. Where's the button? There we go. So this is one, and this is another. Perfect. Oh, excellent. Take that and group the mask layer. Wait, huh? Oh, wait. Wait, I can just take a selection and it automatically does that? Incredible. Wonderful, I love it. So now we can do it starting here. Excellent. What the heavens were my settings for the last one? Screen. Ah. Your screen. Why does this feel... Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Oh yes, this should be a little brighter. Maybe I should actually do this in pencil. Bit wider perhaps though. Maybe I do want it in brush. Ta-da. This is difficult. If you were to get famous, what would you want it to be for? Well, I mean, I'd be happy to get famous as a VTuber. That'd be fun. And held up. Not as redeemed 3-minute sketch. What would you like the 3-minute sketch to be of? I'm going to just open up. In pixels, not 10 inches. Open up a new document to do our sketch on. Music or something very illegal. Interesting options. Someone running from a mushroom cloud. Alright, let's see if I remember the command. Is this correct? Nope. Oh, alright, let me go check and see what the command is called. Come on. I know I have one somewhere. Oh, I only have a 1-minute timer. So, okay, I guess we'll just do that 3 times. Good night, Lemon. Take care. Sleep well. Enjoy your Tumblr. Alright. I guess it's going to be purple. Where's the timer? Where's my timer? Okay, the timer's not working. We will have to do it more manually. Using the clock app on my computer. 3 minutes, there we go. We are starting now. I guess we're doing it fairly large. No, we'll just take watercolour. Yeah, perfect. Why can't I see? Marker, we'll do marker then. Da-da. There we go. Decent enough. We'll give this a bit of hair, I guess. Purple's your favourite colour? Ah, how perfect. Alright, and now we have a mushroom cloud in the distance. A little more cloud-like. Oh, hello there, Cirilla. How are you doing? Going to make it so there's some buildings that are being destroyed by a mushroom cloud. Maybe a power line. There's not obviously a power line, never mind. I'll repurpose that into a building. There we go, mushroom cloud. And so 17 seconds left. I can do a little more to the arms. And time done. There we go. I think Potato Chip is a huge fan of being in the middle of a nuclear explosion. I don't imagine most people are. Thank you for that fun little drawing prompt. I hope you've been enjoying doing the Pride illustrations, Cirilla. Pride flags has such fun colours, it makes it very entertaining. It reminds me, this flag, these are normal. I think maybe... Wait, that's that. Where's... There we go. I'm thinking maybe I should try out some other options. I can do screen or light. We made it all hard light. How would it look? It doesn't look a whole lot different than before. It's a little more saturated. That screen. Ah, that's why it's more saturated. May have gotten sidetracked. Understandable. I often am. Follow the dopamine. Because just me, though, you might be like, hey, family, we're all about to die in a nuclear explosion. Ah, yes. What a joy. Oh, well, that looks very strange. Oh, that's because I chose shade instead of shine. There's... Yeah, no, shine doesn't quite work, does it? If I personally would like exploding, it doesn't sound like the most fun, does it? That's... Dodge does look quite interesting. Lighting? Looks exactly the same. Light and colour also looks exactly the same. Soft light isn't very visible. Hard light looks almost exactly the same. Pin light looks a little overly saturated, if anything. But if I just take this one, make this one light and dodge. Wait, why does that seem to take all of the colour out? Strange. Shine and dodge look very similar. See, I kind of of like the effect of them. Actually, I think I'm going to add another one and make this one dodge. I'm going to put it underneath. Does that make much difference, putting it underneath? Oh, yes, it does. Just gives it a little extra glossiness. I am going to turn down saturation. Yeah, I like that. And I think I will do the same here. Click and group. And dodge. Yeah, just makes it a little more intense. He hasn't texted me yet, so I don't think he's going to tonight. Probably just fell asleep. There we go. Okay, back to what I was doing, which is slowly making this shiner along the outside. I might need to lower the opacity of it. Not sure yet. So, might want to make this thicker, I don't know. Okay, 1 sec. Layer, copy layer. So, what if... did that... So now, obviously, you can't actually really see any of this, but... filter... layer... and look at that. Something like that, perhaps? So I think that part, copy that, just to make it a little more intense. And then there, copy layer. This one we'll put underneath. See, now that I think looks, I mean, interesting at least. I'm not sure if it's exactly what I want, but I think it's interesting. And it was also a lot easier. Oh, no, come on. He'll talk to you tomorrow. It'll be fine. Maybe while you're waiting for him and thinking about him, you can write him a little letter. That way he has something cute and sweet to wake up to. I also realise I don't want this to be this low. I actually want to... First of all, I'm going to put it like that in its own folder. Then we're going to move this. Let's not do that. I want to put it there, up there, the very top. Good stuff, good stuff. Okay. Writing letters, yeah, that can be. I find that it can be a nice way to express emotions that are otherwise difficult to say aloud, and it can be nice when you can't actually talk to someone you'd like to talk to. You can just write out some of the thoughts, some of the feelings. Oh, that's sweet. Okay, I need to name this. Out of glass shine, I guess. Alright, now time to see about... Oh yeah, this is kind of there. Yeah. That, and then new one with masking layer. I'm so happy to find out that that makes the masking layer match the selection automatically. I guess we'll do the same thing for this one. Hold up 1 second. I need to do it correctly. No, what happens? Bucket. There we are. Filter, blur. This time we'll do a smaller blur, I think. My copper. Yeah, now I don't think that is going to work. Oh, feels like it should go the other way. Maybe that's the issue. Okay, there's a thought. So if we did this, and masking layer, but then that, go here, bucket, right, 1 moment. What? Where's my palette? I need a palette. I have too many palettes. We're just going to put it here. Notes. It can... What the heavens is happening on my notes page? Never mind. Another palette. We'll call it shine palette. Shine palette. There we go. Correct number of each kind of letter. That and this. Lovely. So that I can go back to her and make this black. Perfect. That's how you got me to begin with. I'm not the type of person to admit feelings first, so he had to do that. Fair enough. I get awkward in situations like that. It's part of the reason my family doesn't know about him yet. I mean, that's quite understandable. It's not exactly the most... That is something that I think is inherently rather awkward to try to talk about. That's that. Filter, blur, a small amount. And now we have, a bit of shine on the other side. Not sure that looks good yet, but... yeah, I don't know that I like it. I think what I need is for it to be only for part of it, not the whole thing. So, where exactly would that actually get to exist? Something like that, perhaps. To lessen it, not completely delete it from there. Come on now. There we go. Ta-da! I don't think they'll care, but they'll probably ask me questions I don't want to answer. I often do not talk about... I mean, I don't even have any romantic relationships, but I often avoid explaining the friendships and whatnot that I do have, just to not have to deal with questions about them. Mine it's mostly because people don't tend to take mine seriously. because they're not romantic, but I understand just not wanting to deal with something like that. Well, it's something. I'm not totally certain I love it, but it does exist. It's alright. If you were a Pokemon trainer, what kind of Pokemon would you have? I would probably have an eclectic bunch. I think it does look better with than without. Oh, that's very strange. Oh yes, that was another thing I need to do. Alright, layer, copper, clipping group. And then a folder. What? No, get inside of the folder, thank you. Go on. Let's... Oh, I see. Fine. Inner glass shine. There we go. I think having it outside lets it get above this a bit better. Yeah, it's fine. They're more involved with my siblings' lives than mine. That's unfortunate. I have some judgment for them. I would have trans Pokemon to ask questions. It'll be possible in one universe. Not only that, it's canonical. Marill is, So in at least one of the games, Marill has a different, gender ratio, than Azrael. So when it evolves, it can change genders. I think it goes from being like 50-50 to like, 2 to 3 or something like that. So sometimes you will have trans feminine Marills. Also, I mean, have you seen Sylveon? That means I have more freedoms than my siblings. True, I suppose. It's, what else do I need? Guess realistically, it's this area here that should actually look thicker. Like, I understand why it has ended up the way that I did it, but that doesn't entirely make sense. But also, we're a bit late to fix that. Oh, well, I mean... Oh, look, maybe. If we go open up the original one, which I'm sure Sai is not appreciating me having this many. There's all the glass. Is what I need, in essence, would be... Why do these not quite look right? I don't know. But I just need that and this. So... You don't matter. You don't matter. You don't either. I need the intersection of this, but the exclusion of that. So this, like, copper, like, rasterize, wait, no, I won't rasterize it. And then this, like, copper, I just need current layer. And then oh, that's what's going on. That, yes, okay. Rasterize. Copy that. So now, where's all this? Awesome potion here, I guess. What is that? I don't know what's on that one. But this, there, that. Okay, I can rectify that. What is this color? Perfect. Flipping green bucket. Okay, no, yeah, I see why I didn't do this earlier. This looks very strange. I don't think that looks right. I'm going to leave it on very much so I can see it. I wish all the hair anywhere else on my body would just grow on my head. It'd be so convenient. Yeah, I mean, imagine if you could just direct your body on things like that. That'd be nice. And to be fair, I don't really do a lot. I like working on vehicles and welding, and that's about it. Besides playing games, which is another thing my mom is interested in, and me and my mom's husband don't really get along. Don't care to spend any time with him. Fair enough, I suppose. But hey, if your welding's an interest of yours, well, that's quite convenient. Makes for a, where's this? Makes for a convenient future career option. I know that welders can make pretty decent money. So, copy layer. Going to put this over here for now. Yeah, so like that would be, hey, now that looks thicker than the rest of it. But that doesn't really look right either, so I guess we are just getting rid of them, which feels not quite right, but they didn't look good when they were there either, so yeah, well. But as well, this when I turn 18, I can just go work with him. Oh, very nice. So I think that the next thing to do... Oh, hold on. That's what this can be useful for. Yeah. That. Masking layer. Now what I'm going to do is... Where's my palette? Eh? Oh, yes. Much better. There's this. Yeah, right. Wait, did I get rid of it? There we go, that's just going to stay there as a reference. going to undo that because I think I need a more precise... I guess really what I need is more gap tolerance. Or similar. Okay, there's that. I'm going to turn off anti-aliasing so that it stays more precise. There we go. Wait. Oh, yes, layer. Next selection, into that selection. There we go. Filter. No, blur, right. That's going to be a little hard to see, as long as that's the... Okay, there we go, let's filter again. That's far too high. We're going to do that, but then we're going to split this into 2 pieces. Ta-da! Your shaver just ran out of battery. Oh no, in the middle! Oh, that's the worst! That's terrible! Oh, that's so unfortunate. That's not going to work well. Select a pen. Come on now. Select erase. Okay, that works. Just X. Layer. Copy layer. Right. There we go. Filter further. Okay. And now we're going to need to erase them. Oh my goodness, that is far too large of an eraser. Oh, I see, that's the end of it, isn't it? Can I Oh. What powers do you think I have? This feels like when a cat asks you to fix the rain. Like those, I don't have any powers, any control over the battery of distant objects. Trust me, if I did, I'd love to. I'd be happy to help. However, I do completely and distinctly lack that power. That does not entirely make sense. That's fine, we're not going to worry about it. It is too late for that. That's fine, I think. This issue. Not like that. Oh no, it's lagging again. It always at some point starts to lag. Hold on. Much better. Just going to do a little something to give some variety to the shape. Which I'll do to the main one at some point as well, but there's something. And then layer, copy layer. Excellent. Copy layer. It looks shinish. I am continuing to regret my choice to combine the layers. Good night, try not to... Don't cry, it'll be fine. You'll see him tomorrow, or talk to him anyway. I look forward to seeing you Tuesday. Bye-bye, take care. What kind of batteries does the shaver use, actually? And do you have any non-electric options? Oh, right, I forgot. Wait, are these? There's a screen. I didn't change this. Screen. How significantly does it change it? It's a little difficult to see, actually. Screen. I guess it wouldn't make that much difference for this one, but it should for that one, because that does lessen the saturation, which makes it, I think, looks a little better. I think maybe, and this is a bit late to be doing this modification. No, eraser. Is this not doing anything? Okay, there we go, it is. There we go, it's fine. It's fine. I kind of want to do it around there, to be honest. I'm sure I could get something to do that. That would just be... No, so it isn't that part. What I would need is... Oh, no, not that at all. Neck inner? No. Okay, I would need this. Copy layer. And then... essentially... Wait, because that's already lacking that internal part. Layer... rasterize... There we go. Going to make a new folder for these, which is glass reference. Glass ref. There we go. Not really. Well, good luck finding something. What are your thoughts on allegorical stories? I think they work well as short stories, but you get them much longer, and I personally find that they start to get a bit boring, because they tend, allegorical stories generally aren't very good at being engaging stories, engaging narratives, if you're someone who likes characters, because when the people are stand-ins for concepts, they don't generally have a whole lot of internality, which, for me, makes them not nearly as interesting. There we go. Okay, so then what I need, I guess, actually, is this bucket. Now enclose just the one. Just the one. I do not entirely understand what's happening. With rice. That works. Good enough. Also, I just realised that I used the wrong colour. Oh, also the ads have started. I'll be back. Alright, we are back. And it's time for another not ruler filter. Blah. Did I? Yeah, no, I did fine. Right. Oh, yes, there it is. Filter, blur. So, I want enough blur that it looks to match that. Oh, it's going the wrong direction. It's fine, I will get rid of that. Because in essence it's meant to be a match to this. And that, lovely. Shall I make that a little more harsh there? Because I do want to be rather specific. Oh. I almost want to reverse one, but I think the answer is no, do not do that. Yeah, it's fine. There we go. Oh, I also forgot that didn't need to match it immediately because we will be normally I'd triple it, but I did do kind of a bit more this time, so I think we'll just double it. Well, yeah, that'll be plenty. And then at another time, it looks weird, but just and much better. Okay, so there's something, the beginnings of things and whatnot. I think that's good. I think it's a great start. I think I need to return to this. Got that? Hard mix, whatnot. It's interesting, it's nice, it's a start. But I think I need another layer of each of these. This is going to be so much. But yeah, something brighter, something shinier. Should this be a clipping layer, though, is the real question. I don't know yet. So what I'm going to start with is something smaller than that. Something like this. Don't worry about it too much. Screen looks terrible. Shine also looks rather awful. Let's maybe lower the opacity just a smidge. Shine wouldn't make sense. Shine, soft light, I don't think is what I need. Hard light, also no. Pin light, no. Hard mix, no, not hard mix. Lighten, no. Is it dodge? Huh, dodge actually looks very odd. Interesting. Lighten colour? Not really. Let's leave it. Let's try shine. Let's try dodge. So what I'm going to do is make a clipping group and try a little bit with dodge. See what we end up with. So it's just ending up as this pink, which is very interesting, but it's not going to work. Yeah, also pencil probably not the ideal thing for this. Is it not? Oh, my density is very low. That's why nothing's happening. Just to feather this out a little bit. But yes, dodge, guaranteed, doesn't work. I'm trying to make more brightness to it, but it does kind of need to, you know, look decent. Screen sort of works, but also not really. Shine, I think works better. This might have been easy if I hadn't put it behind huge amounts of glass. But I think shine does work a little better. something smaller. Maybe not quite that small for the most part. Yeah, maybe like a 5. There, come on, stop lagging. What inspires you? Many things inspire me. Many things, but I'd say one certainly would be just humanity in general as a concept. Humanity has accomplished so much, we've done so much, and I think that is dazzling and impressive, and it makes me happy to be a part of the grand total of human history, which is just a gigantic, nearly infinite thing. It is amazing. Okay, so there's that. If we zoom out, that does look much shinier. There's that. So that's with shine. We have screen, which looks a little bit like shine, but just a little less intense, I guess. We've got soft light, which I don't... is technically visible, but but barely. Hard light, which is more visible. How does that compare to shine? Shine looks more intense. Hard light might be the better option, though. Pin light, but we're not doing that again, we are. No, that's hard mix that we have. Pin light. Pin light versus hard light, what do we think? Hard to tell the difference. So here's the real question, though, because we could have shine at a lower opacity, maybe about there, versus hard light at a higher opacity. So here's what that looks like. I think shine looks more like it's actually glowing. Yeah. So far liking that. Lighten, no. It looks like shine it is. But I do feel like there's more I want to do here. Maybe not quite like that. Maybe a little thinner. Oh no, that's the issue. I like the idea of making basically a little bubble inside of it that is brighter. Like, even within the liquid, there's further things within, in essence. Let's try. How obtained! Congratulations! You can finish the job. That's good. Okay. Hold on. So that looks like that. As this looks like that. So, oh dear, that's too big. Start with this brush. Maybe it's more specificity than more precision than I ought to be doing at this point in time, but don't worry about it. Why can you not tell the difference at all? Okay, so that's not working the way I was wanting. That's interesting. Actually, yeah, okay, I've discovered something I like. Neat. There, that is shinier. Mix clipping group, what do we have that at? That's in there. And this is shine. Starting with a brush. What the heavens are we working on here? Those ones. Okay. Make it smaller. Oops, not quite like that. There we go. And now brush, make something here. Da-da. Going to make another one there. Ta-da. Excellent. There. How much of this is that? Right, okay. Good heavens, it has gotten so much more vibrant since the very beginning. A little bit more erasing that. Make something bigger. Not quite that big, I think. Okay, that's good, but I think I do need to use a little bit of pencil to make, not that big, to make some of the brighter shine areas. Yeah. Yeah, we can use the airbrush to lighten those or smooth them out afterwards, but I do still need some of that intense brightness. Airbrush, small airbrush. Maybe even a little bit of a brush. They can smooth it out a little. Very light erasing there, just to, don't want it too intense. But yeah, look at how shiny that makes things. That does make it look more glassy than glowy, I think. But still. I think... Yeah. We'll do that afterwards. I'm going to increase... Well, no, we'll do it now. So this exists here. And then I'm going to take it... Oh, right, that's the thing. That's fine. We'll work with it later. Maybe... Anyway, point is, it's the same shine, but behind it. We're going to try turning that into a screen. No. Shine. Right, that's the issue. So, unfortunately, my randomization method does actually affect how these are allowed to interact with each other. And where I can even do bizarre ones like exclude, and it doesn't do anything. I'm going to make that screen, and I'm going to have to move everything outside of the potion. No, wait, I have to label these before I do that. Would you rather have a child every year for 7 years or never have any children at all? I'll take the second one. Unless they can be, my digital children, in which case I am on track to do that. So, this is going to be version log 1. Log 1. Glow. Log 1. Back glow. I think because these are actually clipped to it, I think we're fine. Don't need to, that's fine. This is log 2. Technically it's multiple, but we won't worry about that. Log 2. Hello. It's fine. It's fine. We'll be able to see more of it once we move them out of the folder anyway. And this one there. Oh, I guess this isn't a blob, so we call this limb. Limb 1. Oh, wait a second. Limb 1. Glow. But hold up. Why does this one... Oh, right, because that is a brand new thing that I only added to 2. You completely agree with me? Yeah, that just sounds like a lot. So I'm not sure how I'd end up with biological children. Right, there's that. Neck in... Oh, heavens, that's bad. Right. This is... Ocean... No. Limb 2. Ocean... Limb 2. Hello. This is... We'll call this potion... Wave 1. Potion wave 1. Hello. Potion base. Potion base. Hello. I'm not sure that the base is... No, yeah, well, okay. Actually, wait, maybe that's taken care of by the wave? Yeah, okay, they're fine. Alright, so... all of these, move them out of that. Oh, I completely forgot that they're all slightly transparent. So that means that I do in fact need to make all of these slightly transparent. Ah, dang it. Right, that was the issue. You know, never mind. They don't need to be slightly transparent. Because I'm not... Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So there's that, but that hasn't fixed the problem, because all of this also needs to move out of the current one. Oh, what all did that change? That changed things suddenly. Oh, the glass looks better now. Fascinating. Painting no longer contains anything. Coins out here, their own thing. Potion display test table. Okay, so that all can actually affect everything else, which is important. So now, where are you? There's so many layers. Back glow. Now this is what I'm looking at. Which actually looks like maybe it needs a little bit, just a smidge, just a dash of extra glow on this side. No, redo that. Take me back. There we go. I need to make it a bit bigger. Okay, there we are. So currently we've got it on, this is what it looks normal. Uh-oh, that didn't do anything. Okay. Screen. Dodge. Oh, dodge, and now you can't see. So normal looks like this. What does screen do that? Soft light, you also can't see it. Hard light? Hard light does that, which is more saturated, surprisingly. Pin light also more saturated. Hard mix is very weird. Darken, of course, makes it invisible. What was I thinking? Lighten. Shine, I think, is our best bet. Okay, so shine. Yes, that just makes... Oh, that makes them considerably brighter. Also, still no some extra over there. There we are. And have fun. Da-da. Okay, lovely. That is some glow. Let's glow 2. Just going to copy the layer. There. That glow. Same thing, but now shine. Interesting. Oh, that's what's different. Okay. So I do that, then it will be brighter. Because, wait, this glows at 100%. Because that one was interesting. I'll do shine with it anyway. Oh, back shine might need to be reduced slightly. Ocean blob to glow. Excellent. Oh well, I realise now that with the addition of, no, not that. Well, I mean that too, but with the addition of this shine layer, now these look way more detailed and real than these do. Excellent! I've learned some of the rendering techniques. Lovely. Excellent. I mean, the idea, part of the idea of this was in fact... Right, everything's going to be sensible. Was in fact being able to render like this, so I'm very happy with the results. Okay, back to the shine though, because I didn't finish with that, because this in fact is 3 blobs. Track please, thank you. Alright, now airbrush much smaller please. Come on, stop lagging. Okay, we're going to try turning the tablet off and then back on. Oh, meanwhile, we can have a random question where we wait for this to actually turn on, please. That is a vital part of the turn it off and on again. What are your feelings on Romeo and Juliet? I feel like people need to stop thinking that it's some beautiful romance story when it's the story of two teenagers who are absolute idiots. I mean, Romeo is literally pining after another girl before he spots Juliet. They're so young. They're so young. It's not a story of true love. It's a story of two teenagers making some bad decisions. Juliet, for some very understandable reasons, she's essentially she's about to get married off at the beginning. The only real agency she's able to reclaim. But still, it's not... This isn't something, beautiful and romantic. It's something desperate and foolish and sad. I guess that's a bit more than I usually give it. Also, just tone this down a little bit. Back to the airbrush though, I do want it to curve round that way. Heavens, this really is doing quite a lot for it though. And time for a pencil, fairly small. I think this one I'm going to kind of smudge out a little bit. Yes, that's less effective than the actual smudge tool. There we go. Now airbrush. Much smaller airbrush. Da-da. I think the smudge tool might also be needed here. There we go. Airbrush. There we go. Excellent, excellent. A little bit of erasing. perhaps? Lovely. Almost boomerang shaped. Very blobby boomerang, but hey, this is all supposed to be blobby, so that makes sense. Well, I think in general, a lot of people are very primed to see romance in the world and in stories, and I think that a lot of times people will let that kind of cloud their perception of what's actually happening in a way that's not great. Because people would rather believe, oh, here's a beautiful love story, than almost any other explanation to the detriment of the existence of friendships, or more concerningly, toxic relationships, or abuse. Like those things, those can be the answers. Obviously they're not ideal answers, but sometimes they're the real ones. Quite like that. Mm-hmm. Without all of the delay, perhaps? Just trying to give it a little bit more 3D aspect. Yeah, this isn't quite looking right there. There, brush. There. I almost think that this one needs a bit of this, just something more saturated. There we go. Lovely. Look at that. Like a bit more is needed here. It's like that, perhaps. Yeah. Come on, stop lagging on there. There we go. Absolutely lovely. I'm so happy that I made this decision / discovery. Okay. Oh, welcome back. How are you doing? Well, you met with Victor, eh? This one? No. What's this? This just looks a little bit odd, so I'm going to reduce the strength so that it's simply less visible. There we go. Alright, where the heavens was I? Just finished with this. Have I? I have given you them the back glow. Shine. Not effective mode. Shine. This is for this one, so this will be interesting. So we can use a slightly larger one here. Da-da. Ah, yes. There, perhaps. Take a look at this. This has been very successful so far. It has been providing a lot more detail to these blobs. I maybe have been slightly sidetracked from what I'm supposed to be doing, which is adding the actual glowiness to this potion. But it's fine, right? Oh, no. Hold up, actually, I have a thought. I have a thought on how I can accomplish this. There's my class reference. You. Perfect. Let's try that again. Okay, now this is going to have to go there at the very bottom. Filter, blur, and rather significant blur, imagine. Huh, I can't do all that much as it turns out. We're going to take that, and then copy, then much more significant blur. Oh, I can make it go higher. There we go. Alright, now I'm going to lower the opacitor. Something like that. No. Shine, probably? No. Screen? I don't feel like this is making much difference. But, yeah, it's kind of looking not great behind the glass itself. I almost wonder if I shouldn't remove that section of it. If I did that, and then I layer... Can I invert... That's it. Selection, invert selection, and then do that? Excellent. Selection, invert selection. There. So now it exists exclusively outside of the glass. Maybe screen. Dodge. How does dodge seems to have made it invisible? Oh no, it's not invisible. Actually, I quite like that. I made this also dodge. It's very difficult to see. Interesting, you mostly only see it on the bottom. Fascinating, but it does kind of look like it's glowing, yes? Ah, what are you proudest of yourself for in regards to work? Or, I'm going to say also, or skill for those who do not have work. I would say that I'm proud of myself for being able to problem solve and stick with what I'm doing for work. I'm working as a dungeon master, and just the process of being a dungeon master, not challenging. But being a business owner and getting past, a lot of my difficulty there is that I make my own problems. And so those problems that I end up making for myself tend to be along the lines of, I need to do this before I can get started. And being able to adjust those goals as I go along, as I realize that some of those goals are actually just holding me back, as opposed to helping me. I'm proud of myself for that. The screen ones. And, oh, interesting. There's a very significant impact on them. I think both of those need to lower opacity though. Not even sure I should actually have them. Yeah, that's fine. We can have them as very limited. This... lower opacity. Yeah, that now very much does look like it is glowing. Okay, so I'm going to do something. We're going to take... this, and I'm going to make... just because I need some good way to store all of this. So we've got the base. And essentially I'm just recreating them. Just recreating the full potion here. Huh. Interesting. No worries, not a problem. We're almost done. And this will go back under because the actual point of this is to be able to flatten these. Put this back down here. So, what I'm going to do is... wait. Did I lose? I lost the folder at some point, but that's fine. I don't actually need it. Pink group. Blur. Start with a minor one. Till the blur much more extreme. And we'll do the same as this, which is screen and dodge. Screen. Actually, how much did that affect it? Hardly at all. Screen and screen. Layer copy. Layer copy. Oh, good heavens. This one will be set to dodge. Oh, that's bright. Too bright. That's fine. We shall... oh, I think that we might have ended up with too much in those corners. There's this. Dodge down, screen down. So that is something. I'm actually, for this one, not convinced that screen is the correct option. I also think that maybe I need to reduce this. Alright, there's that. That's something. Definitely need to get rid of it there. because I don't want that incredibly obvious line where it becomes transparent. Alright, that's rectified. In general, I think all of this is... Right, can't have it in a folder. It's a bit much, regardless. That's it. Which one is the unnecessarily broad? There, that one is. Going to reduce you rather more. That's on screen. What if I made it something like hard light? That does reduce it a little bit. I'm more concerned with having it be saturated. So there's hard light, there's screen. Hard light is technically a little more saturated. How about pin light? These are very similar. Hard mix is interesting, but I don't know that that's the right choice. Let's put it back to screen. What if I put this to hard mix instead of dodge? Not a huge difference, but it is more saturated. We're going to do that. We'll consider it for this as well. So this is currently dodge, hard mix results in... Oh. A lot more saturation. Probably because they are more have higher opacity. I think this is going a long way to making everything look glowy. I do need to drastically change those coins. They look incredibly out of place. Oh no. I might need a little more color correction on this. I also need to do the occlusion shadows. Also the cork. One moment, let me fix that cork. That's going to bother me. Where's the cork? There's the cork. Filter. Color adjustment. Luminance. Immediately effective. Saturation. Should I reduce that? Maybe just a smidge. There we go. Excellent. There we go. Plays fine. What is the best way to get to know someone? I think asking them questions that allow them to give, that allow them to expound on things. Not just simple, oh, what's your favourite colour? That's fun trivia about a person. But things where you can let them really think about concepts and see not only what they think, but how they think. I feel like what I have at the moment is not quite set, but I think it's a good start. I also think where... Oh, it's on the table. That's where it is. Okay. It's hard light and this is shine. Ah, right, that's that. Alright, we're going to try this as hard mix. Look at that. Oh, that has such an interesting effect. We're going to reduce the opacity, but I like that. Interesting. So now way over there, there's a question as well. So I've dodged that for obvious reasons. Hard mix does... Interesting. So if I did it, instead of dodge, did hard mix. I cannot tell the difference. Does it look any different on the blue one? Not really, okay. What is the difference between dodge and... I mean, it does look different for some of them. Like this one as dodge is different. I don't know. Okay, I do need to colour correct this candle though. I don't know what exactly it needs. But something might be there. Contrast. Interesting. I'm going to increase the contrast. But then we're going to lower the depth again. Okay. Yeah, I do think that's an improvement. I kind of want to add the occlusion shadows now, but I'm going to wait. Good night, sleep well. Have a great weekend. Oh yeah, I still have Red Bull. Almost time for another ad break. You know, in retrospect, this doesn't seem quite pink enough. So I can just increase the saturation and... I mean, that does something, but this does not. Interesting. Interesting. I copy that layer. Obviously that will just do that. If I change it to, say, hard mix, which is interesting, it is stronger colour. I don't know if it's the best way to go about this, though. I need hue. What if I just had it hue shift? Not doing anything. Saturation looks very strange. Technically doing something, don't like how it looks. Colour. It is technically doing something. Is that... yeah, I think that's fine. That's fine. We might do a little bit of that shine there as well, but I'm going to leave that for later. Meanwhile, this does finally look like it's glowing. Something still looks a bit off about the glass, but hopefully adding some more just shine and such will make up for that. Kind of... I'll worry about that later. For now, I am in the middle of doing... I'm in the middle of doing some things. Right, yes, this. I have that one line. Pencil. And it'll be fine. Yes, this as well. But, that's definitely going to be the most extreme part. We're going to start with smudge for this. That was, frankly, rather poorly done on my part. But that's fine. I've made it into something that looks halfway decent. We'll force that to look alright as well. Oh, time for ads. I will see you all in a few minutes. Alrighty, we are back, and I'm noticing this terrible jagged line here, which I do not like. It's whose fault is this? Okay, so it is these. So I think what I need is just a little bit of blur. No. Larger. There we go. Okay, so not like that, I guess. That works. Not... So, filter, blur... Just the slightest amount. Like that. There. See, that's not quite so bad. That'll look at a distance, it will look great. That's splendid. Alright. Would you rather? Would you rather have a large face tattoo or be covered in tattoos from neck to toe? I think I'd take the second one because I don't really want any tattoos on my face. I don't mind tattoos, just I don't, don't want one on my face. Yes, I just did that, Sir William, but thank you very much for the reminder to look into the middle distance. Alright, I will need to do some lighting on that, but not right now. Right now, we're going way back down to here. There we go. And brush. This one's going to take a lot. That's fine. Okay, we're going to make this a little smaller. Give me a nice angle for this. At this point, essentially, I'm just trying to smooth out the really, really dense part here. Not trying to make it any smaller, just trying to make it smooth looking. There we go. And now we'll work in larger sizes to expand on this a little. Do a little bit of blur here. Why not? Play nice with yourself. Now, we do need some hair. And something much larger to capture broader strokes of this. This as well. Maybe a smaller blur. There we go. Ooh, there's a decent place to. Maybe not quite that much. Alright, now here. I do want to draw extra attention to this part because it's, reaching up so interestingly into the neck of the bottle. Then something considerably broader. There. Come on now. What is it? Okay. It was being a little strange, but it's fine. I got it working. Going to need something very small for that, just to give that a little more. A little bit more of that intensity back. But I will then immediately blur out a bit because I didn't do a terribly good job. There we go. That's better. Okay, how's that? That's not bad. Not bad. I feel like it could use more work there. There we go. Now let's get down to this. First of all, that. second, this. Now we're going to need, I think we'll do a little bit of blur. Especially on that corner. And now, teeny tiny airbrush. And some more blur. There we go. No, pardon. No, thank you. Ah, that leg. Unfortunate. Do something larger. There we go. Okay, much larger apparently. We can get kind of this whole panel outside. There we go. Oops. And I think something even bigger to get this little area. Not quite that small. There we are. I think that this might be having... Is it that? No, that's just the circle. I don't know, it looks like maybe the transparency is turning out not quite right. I don't know, I'll have to look at it. Well, you see, look at all that. I think, so if I grabbed this, I did that. Okay, no, so it's not anything leaking through. I increased the contrast. Oh dear. Do have some interesting effects by increasing the contrast and increasing the depth. I might look at doing that afterwards. If I just increase depth. The contrast would be more interesting, more effective, if I had all of these combined. Which I suppose technically is a thing I can do. Speaking of which, let's give this a little larger. A little more of its intensity back. Let's get ourselves a larger brush and give some... Right. Hold up. Oh heavens, oh good heavens, oh I've been making mistakes. That was the wrong layer entirely. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. Yeah, that explains why it was reacting like that. Oh, I can't. I can't believe I did that. In fact, I'm kind of impressed that it didn't happen earlier. Let's do more like that. Alright, there's a little something more. What are your feelings on glitter? Looks pretty, but it is a nightmare. So, there's that. I know there's some that is biodegradable, good move, but not terribly helpful if it's inside of your house. Great if you're outdoors, not as great if it's in your carpet. Okay, now, another one. Oh, shine. Over there, excellent. Okay, so our particularly shiny areas are going to be... Yeah, let's try to make that not just... that, and certainly... Wait. This is just that, yes? Just a smidge there. That does look a little odd. I think that might be, it's the hard mix. We are going to need to erase that just a little, so they can blend a little more seamlessly. Alright. I suppose alternatively I could get more hard mix there, but no, we're just going to do it like that. Back to shine. No, not that. Smudge is what we will need for this one. And then, back to that though. $35, 35. That would win. Maybe not quite that big. There we go. Yeah, give me the eraser, thank you. Maybe not that big. Give me the airbrush. Oh, this lag makes this very difficult. And... okay, now it's working pretty alright. And something a bit larger. Excellent. Just to bring back a little bit of the intensity, but not too much. Now something fairly large that will do a bit of the distance. And no, heavens. Shiner! Come on, give us lots of shiner. Might need a little bit of blur. Oh, I completely forgot about those things. How much are those going to be visible from? I think that's about how big this will be at best. So yeah, you can't really see them, so I think it's okay. Well, I mean... Anyway. I should probably... Maybe. I think I won't. I think I won't keep adding them. I might even go take them out. Because they're kind of interesting, but I don't think they're really adding anything. Right, my density is very low. I'll leave that one a little bit in there. They're just a smidge with ghost of them. Yes, it's fine. Okay. Back to this. I feel like as it's going on, I'm getting a little more conservative with how I'm doing this, which is not ideal. The point is for this to bring some intensity to it. Make it a bit bigger. What the heavens? And can we have some blur? So I like that, but perhaps not quite that marked. Yeah, let's do airbrush. Like, it can be subtle, but still it is meant to bring an intensity. Yeah. Okay, make it something smaller. Okay, bring back a little bit more texture. That wasn't quite following the previous texture. There, that's better. There we are. Excellent. Oh, I just realised I've been doing all of this in the wrong colour, and that might have something to do with why it isn't looking as intense as the others. There we go. This should hopefully make a bit of a difference. Good heavens. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That explains some things. Give me some blur. Little smaller. Okay, come on. Make with my hair. That pencil looks much larger than usual. Excellent. And then a little airbrush. And then some blur. Would you rather erase all of your most embarrassing moments from everyone else's memories or erase them from your own? I think I'll take them out of everyone else's. That way I can still learn from my mistakes. But I don't have to deal with others' opinions on my mistakes. Honestly, I'm not sure anyone would remember what I consider my most embarrassing mistakes anyway. There's that, and then, come on now. And then, get rid of this. And then a bunch of blur again. Making it bigger this time. Yeah, bigger airbrush. Too dense. Excellent. Yeah, good enough. Alright. Now we have these, and we're almost done. Clip and grip. Shine. Okay, for all of these we have a good few places. First of all will be over there. Here. Something like that. This is mostly just, a reminder. Please work. Cross there. And I guess a little there. Alright, time to zoom in. Airbrush small. And then blur. Do-do. Yeah, I feel like this should be pretty bright. It always was, so, makes sense. I might be a little overdoing it, but I think it's fine. Also going to straight up erase those. and try them again. We're going to start... I'm going to erase both of them. We'll start more broad strokes. Also erasing that. Now, much smaller brush. So, it's this... Oh, heavens. There we go. Yeah, I'm going to erase that as well. Oops. Come on now. Yeah, that's fine, they can stay. Blur that a bit, but it can stay. We'll come back to that. Yeah, I suppose there's something here. I think we'll do a bit of this in this colour since it's a bit more saturated. I do also feel that that is perhaps a little... Oh, that's more. A little too dark. Like, it's fine if that's a bit darker, but not too much. You down this way. Just give it a little extra saturation there. More blurring there. Oh, Eda! But I think that's just called normal sleeping, Eda. Or do you mean noon? Do you mean noon? That's actually a lot of sleeping. Oh my goodness. I mean, you're on summer vacation, so I suppose you can do whatever you want with your... with your sleep schedule, but, you know, interesting choices nonetheless. I have discovered how to make it all shinier. So now it looks a bit more pretty. Another 2 days low beheld. It's here. Oh no! Oh, that's terrible. Oh yeah, that was applied very badly. smaller. And eventually, a brush. No, much smaller airbrush. Give me that shine. There we are. Well, now you're awake in the middle of the night. I hope you can find some interesting things to do. Well, you're, kind of trapped during the quiet hours. There we go. There we go. Ta-da. Yeah, not quite like that. Honestly, I think that's pretty good. I think that's just fine. Maybe we can do a little more. Reflect some of that. Do some layering on that side. That as well. Oh, another would you rather? It's fine, that's fine. Would you rather always have a shopping cart with one wheel that doesn't work right when shopping, or an uneven table leg at every restaurant where you eat? I don't eat at restaurants all that often, so I will take the restaurant one. Okay, there's... Yeah, something is fine. It's fine, it's fine. I'll worry about the coins later. But I think for now what I'm going to do is go to the chest, which has... Oh, that's what this is. I think. Yeah. Going to erase that. And... airbrush. Airbrush fairly large. We're going to try... Is this doing anything? Does appear to be. If I do this really hard, eventually that starts to look like something. Excellent. Why? What is it doing? There we go. We're going to increase the density. That should help. Also kind of a general... Going to be kind of the entire thing on the sides. Less so once it starts curving. There we go. Oh, hold on. Wait. Selection, invert selection. There we go. Much better. But now I'm going to go it and it's going to be a clipping group for... Yeah, that looks terrible. Don't worry, don't worry. Screen? No. Shine? Also no. Dodge? Oh, dodge actually works pretty alright. I think not perfect, but it's something. Soft light looks basically the same. Hard light is a bit too much. Also, now that I'm doing this, I'm realising that this is not as even as I need it to be. There we go. I will do that. Alright, hard light, pin light, kind of works. So I think what we're going to do is we'll have two of them, one that is soft light and one that is pin light. But very, very low. Huh, maybe pin light's just wrong. Hard light's not working. Screen. Shine. All even. Interesting. Yeah, well, I will let it be pin light. Wow. What is happening? There we go. So, soft light we will reduce a little bit. So I'm going to, wait, no, not that one, I will keep that one. Another thing I'm going to have is, it's going to go upward lights, essentially. Okay, copy, paste. Pin light, make very low opacitor. Yes, not the greatest, but it's something. I think the other thing I'm going to do is another clipping group for this. Well, first of all, we'll take this, copy paste, put it underneath. Oh, 1 second. Make it not a clipping group. Make this also not a clipping group. Okay, now they're back to be clipping groups. Okay, you can't really see much of that. So what if this was the pin light? Wait, no, that's not what I meant. There we go. I think... Oh, right, the occlusion shadows will help with that. Okay, so then... On the outside of the chest as a clipping group. No, on the outside of it. So this should be tied to the entire... wait, there's... Hello. Please work properly. Yes, okay, excellent. That is what I am looking for. And I think pencil will be good. 1... Right. So, that looks like that. We're going to need to make it both less saturated and considerably darker. That will work, probably. We can change it if we need to. But what this is an occlusion shadow. So basically, we're making the very bottom look extremely dark. Now, the way I'm going to do this is, at first, just that. Select right. Oh, good heavens, that is unnecessarily large. There we go. Oh, hello there. How are you doing? We're just finishing up a few things before the end of stream. Only about 10 minutes. Okay, here. Bucket. Now, of course, you can't really see this yet. But we're going to make copious use of the blur tool today. Where's that? Oh. We'll do just that for now. Okay, can't see it much, but it's a good start. Take your DMs. Oh, certainly. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm very happy. I found out how to use the shine layers to make the potion look a lot more liquid-like. So, let me see, is this the right one? Yeah, look at that difference there. Much better than it was. That one, it makes it look a lot more detailed. Looks delicious. I mean, I don't know what this potion does. Maybe it gives you very lovely things. Maybe you should drink it. I think I need to add more shine there. Where's my cursor? Oh, my tablet fully turned itself off. Did I run out of battery? I've got a number of layers. So you turn off all of it. This is the base. So I use this using the brush tool and paint tool side to just two different, I think I had a base colour and then a light, fairly unsaturated purple, and then a deep, more saturated purple. Then, some glow and such. Hard mix got me the interesting hue shifts, and then just a shine layer with mostly a very small airbrush, but also some pencil. There. Basically use a really light colour, and fairly small brush, and it starts getting shiny. Yeah, I'm very happy with how it's turned out. Yeah, I'm so glad that I always appreciate hearing that you like my work. But yeah, this has been a lot of work for me because this is not how I'm used to doing digital art. But it has been very rewarding because I understand so many things now that I didn't understand before, and that's very nice. I mean, it's interesting because if you use it darker, like I had a darker purple, then it gets more saturated, whereas this lighter one is less saturated, but it still has that very good shiny look if you get it very intense. I think we're going to do it about like that, and then we'll blur it out. Yeah, a lot of blurring it like that, and then bringing some of the intensity back a bit, just to get it to look very shiny. Yeah, that's better. I think I'll do a little more with it. Let's bring that shine out to the edges. Airbrush. I'll blur that again because because it wasn't very well done. Fantastic, but yeah, it's all been done in less than 10 minutes, and I'll go take a look at the downs. Come on, man. There we go. This would be easier if my tablet wasn't lagging a bunch. It was doing fine at the beginning of stream. Do that first? Oh, sure. Let's take a look. Oh, so many messages. Yeah, no worries. One second, let me cook up a reply. What was I doing? Ah, yes. I think that's just a little bit more shine. If the cursor will steady itself. There we go. Yeah, lovely. Okay, now what was I doing? Oh, right, yes, I'm working on the chest. Okay, so we're going to need to lay this just a smidge more. just to there for now. Not bad. Yeah, and I absolutely appreciate you bringing it up. Need to round that out a bit. That'll do. Yeah, that's fine for now. Honestly, I might want to make this darker. Brightness contrast. Just going to go with that might be a little too intense. Just to the there, I think. Yeah, we'll go with that for now. Ah, yeah, copyright. That's such a complicated subject. Yeah, copyright is a nightmare to work with sometimes. Same. Oh my goodness. Occasionally I have to look into copyright because, what songs and whatnot can I use? Because I'd love to be able to use things from back in my day. But as it turns out, no music from back then is in the public domain. Because the public domain, the copyright lasts for so long that even though that's like 90 years ago, still not in the public domain typically. Take care, I hope work goes well, and yes, absolutely, we do. Well, I feel like we need to find, like, a predictable time each week that works. Okay, that's a good start, I think. I'm going to... just to get it a little more distinct of an edge. Not sure if that did anything. Also, colored pixels. There we go. Then filter very slight blur. That's a little better. There we go. One day each week to meet up. Yes, exactly. Something so that we can, because we struggle so much to schedule. We need to schedule it once and be done with. Take care. Still looks a little old, but it's fine. It's wood, it's grainer, etc. Okay. Color adjustments. I need to reduce the saturation. Okay, excellent. I'm also going to need to do some occlusion on the table. But for the moment, this should be fine. So this is that colour. Let's go to this line. There we go. Right. This needs to go above that line. And above those, actually, as well. There we are. Excellent. I don't know, we're not doing an ad break. It is the end. Okay, we're saving our work. We are going to try copy and pasting. Filter, blur, just a little bit of blur. Clipping group. What do I think with or without? Honestly, it's going to be so zoomed out, I don't think it matters. We'll keep it to that. I'll add in the rest of the ambient inclusion and all that extreme this is, I think, a very good bit of progress. I don't think I'm entirely happy with how that glow is, but it looks like a glowing potion, whereas at the beginning of the stream, it just looked like a potion. Alright, it's time to find someone to raid out to. Who all do we have? Ooh. There we go. Excellent, we have Insanity. So we're going to be raiding off to them. It's been a while, doing some sort of pixel art. Wonderful, alright, thank you all so much for coming by. I hope you had as good a time as I did. And remember to drink something hydrating, eat something nutritious, and of course, get rest if you need it. Take care, my dear radio listeners, and before I forget, start raid. Did I spell it? I spelled it correctly. Type in exclamation mark join raid if you would like some extra time tokens and you're on the Twitch side. I did make it so that if you're on YouTube you can't get those when you're not allowed to raid with us. Alright. It's was I? Yes. Tune in next time for more It Takes Two with the great Impractical Doctor. Take care everyone and goodbye.